Hello, good evening. Welcome again to the live stream, and this week it's Friday night, which is a nice thought really. It's the start of the weekend rather than the end of the weekend. Good evening from Connor from earlier on. I think you were in the chat early on, I have to say. Good evening Amaze Days, as ever. Thank you very much for joining us, and hopefully it's going to be a good evening. I'm looking forward to a few runs tonight. So bit of a Scotland and England mix. So we're going to start off with a Fife Circle run, Edinburgh to Glenrothes and the Class 170. Then a Bakerloo line run, Harrow and Wealdstone to Elephant and Castle. Of course, we'll have to change over at Queen's Park over onto the old Bakerloo line to complete the run. Then the West Coast Main Line, a Pendolino, Milton Keynes to London Euston. Might just try out having a bit of rain in actually, because I've finally got that new mod in. I'm hoping anyway, so see if the rain looks a bit better. And then finally, Cathcart Circle, Class 380, Glasgow Central to Glasgow Central, which I have to say is looking really good now with the Pendolinos in there. But yes, hope you all had a good day. It's a lovely evening yet again. I don't know what it is about these live streams, but every time I seem to do a YouTube live stream, we get glorious evening, glorious weather, which is fantastic. So I hope you've all had your Friday night dinners. I've certainly enjoyed mine anyway. So all set for the evening. What's it like in London? Is it also, it's a lovely sunny evening here in Staffordshire. Yeah, it's great, isn't it? I think we've had a lovely spring actually. It's the best one I can remember since that COVID year in 2020, where it seemed as though we seemed to have weeks and weeks of endless sunshine. It's been a fabulous weather day, and I think it just makes everything just seem so much nicer. And it's been a short week as well. I know not for you necessarily because you were working, weren't you, on Monday, but it's been nice to have a shorter week. And I've done a bit of working from home as well today, so it was nice to kind of pack up at just after 5 o'clock and think about having a bit of dinner, and had a bit of a bath as well before we started. So we're going to start off on the Fife Circle, excuse me, and going to use the Forks timetable, which is adds so much more to it as well, with a 170. I wasn't sure whether the announcements worked on the Forks timetable. I just tried it out a bit back and they seem to work absolutely fine. So we're going to do, I think, to begin with, excuse me, cracking my voice is going already. That doesn't bode well, does it? 2 Golf 49, so Edinburgh to Glenrothes. So a chance to go up the west side of the Forth. Normally we seem to be going up the east side via Markinch, but we're still going to go over the Forth Bridge. So remember to change things to custom weather as ever. Yeah, no, that's great. Yeah, that's really nice. And I know you've been settling in this last few weeks, and I think you've said before, haven't you? You're enjoying the new job. Here we go. So it's about an hour and 10 minutes. Not too often I feel as though I've had a run on the Fife Circle. I'm going to get the windows open because Right, now it's got a slight glitch here because I can't hear a thing through my headset. So I don't know whether you can hear the sound of the trains through your speakers. See if I can alter that without reloading the game. We are set on headphone. So just occasionally, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to actually reload the game because just occasionally it just comes through with no sound through the headset. So yeah, we're going to load that up again. We are nearly there yet. Oh, okay. It must be just a strange glitch with my earphones. So let's just double check on the settings from my side. So, there we go. I've got it on mute through my headset. That's all it is. There we are. Good evening. And 8 Scooby, we are nearly there. Yep, we'll be ready to go in a moment. And yeah, thanks as ever for watching. And hello Mark Moss as well, our favourite Liverpool fan. I presume you're looking forward to Sunday, where it might be the crowning glory in the title race. Yeah, hope you're well, Scooby, on this, again, this lovely Friday evening. There we go. Yeah, I can hear sound perfectly now. So anyway, we're going to do that 9:51. So yeah, so 2 Golf 49, Edinburgh to Glenrothes. Yeah, hope you've all had a good week. I have to say, I've been expecting in my line of work for it to be quite busy, but it was quite sluggish actually on Tuesday. It just felt as though people were a bit slow to get started. I'll just get the safety systems loaded on. I think we're all right for the rest of it, aren't we? It's great having the Forks timetable in because we have just a whole manner of other stock involved as well, like the HST and ScotRail livery, and you know, you've got all the other stuff as well going on, the 385s, the 380s, 158s, and we might even see an LNER Azuma service as well in diesel mode. Yeah, we're into forward, we're okay there. Feels a while since I've actually driven the Fife Circle route, and it's about a year since it came out, wasn't it? Because it was Easter last year. I think Easter was a bit earlier last year, but it's quite some time. I know they were such a mainstay of Scotland, weren't they, the 37s? Never actually managed to go on a 37 back in the local haul days on the Scottish lines. That would have been quite amazing. In fact, I think it's true to say, I think the only time I ever went on a 37 has been on heritage railways, really. Better. But what are we in terms of cars? We're a 3-car, aren't we? So Haymarket, the first stop. We have a 385 coming through the tunnels as well. Good evening, Halsey Gaming. Hope you're well. Thanks to for joining us and welcome to the stream. Yeah, it definitely has, and I mean this Forks add-on makes it so much more interesting to drive as well. Good evening, Catherine, as well. Well, that sounds well, a Scottish surname anyway. mean, this route has a lot of critics, you know, by and large, because it was created by Rivet Games, but it's still lovely in many ways. I do enjoy driving it every time I've ever had a run on it. Oh, okay, right. Okay, yeah, apologies for that, Catherine. Well, thanks for watching. And hope you'll enjoy tonight's stream. Yeah, definitely right, Scooby, and I think that's also true with the Cathcart Circle as well. We've got sort of a whole range of trains now. It's lovely that we've got the Pendolino timetable included. South Guy is our next stop. We don't have the 318s and the 320s in Train Sim World, but we do have them in Train Sim Classic, which kind of also reminds me that I've owned the 318 add-on that came out from Armstrong Powerhouse. Must be going on for a couple of years. I've never actually got round to giving it a run yet. Yeah, I always feel as though, I mean, we've had a decent range of ScotRail add-ons for the game. I think we are slightly missing the 156, but I always feel as though the Glasgow Edinburgh is the most disappointing add-on, really. All right, yes, of course. Are they the I'm getting this right, aren't they? Are they the kind of the old 319s that were converted from into taking different fuel, as it were? Oh, excellent, Halsey. That's good to know. Yes, it seems a shame, doesn't it? I mean, I feel as though, you know, think back to the 319s and they feel like as though they're very modern in my mind. Probably showing me age, really. Yeah, in fact, thinking about it, last year I took a run from, it was actually Wigan to Manchester Victoria, and it was on a 769, and it was okay whilst it was in electric mode, and then it changed over and promptly broke down round about Bolton, and we were stuck for about an hour, and eventually it kind of rolled backwards and took us back into Bolton. But yeah, completely broke down. That was in, of course, a northern one. Yeah, pretty much, Halsey. I mean, I've been playing Train Sim Classics right the way since, well, about 25 years when it first came out. And then I've been doing Train Sim World since I've had a computer that's been capable of running it, so that's a good few years now. Certainly go back to the early routes coming out and Great Western Express, and then we had things like the Northern Transpennine. Right, okay. Yeah, I mean the one I was on, the northern one, we were waiting for ages, and then an engineer came on board, and they were kind of walking from one cab to the other, and I think it kind of worked going the other way, because it had come into Wigan, what's it called? Not Wigan North Western, the other station. It came in absolutely fine, but then was struggling going the other way. Yeah, it could be. I always think of the 319s as being new when they came out for the original Thameslink services from Bedford to well, Brighton, really, wasn't it, in the main? But quite often, I say quite often, but now and again I used to drive down to Luton Airport Parkway and take the park up there, and then get the fairly fast train into King's Cross Thameslink, as it was then. All right, fantastic, Halsey. Do you find it works well for you on the PlayStation? Yes, they had those blue with a yellow stripe, didn't they? What did they call them? I can't remember what it called. They had some sort of fast name for it, didn't they? Not City. I can't remember what it was called. Yeah, I used to absolutely love the sound of the motors as it used to pull away, because you kind of got the impression, I mean, they were built in the 1990s, but they were sort of still had a bit of a old feel about it. That's right, yeah, absolutely, yes, Capital First Connect. But you used to be able to get from sort of Luton Airport Parkway into King's Cross Thameslink. I did it quite a few times. It was quite a nice little drive, you know, down Birmingham and then onto the M1, and then pull in there and then get the fast train into London. Yeah, I can remember the 319 being one of the trains that came out on Microsoft Train Simulator when European Barn released London Victoria to Brighton. It was kind of one of the first add-ons to come out for Microsoft Train Simulator. I was delighted at the time because it had a load of sort of custom built stations, and a lot of the scenery was a lot more basic than we'd get nowadays, but it was still great fun to drive. I probably had more, probably in terms of hours, I bet I drove a lot more on Microsoft Train Simulator than I do now. Then with the 319 with Train Sim Classic, we had the version that was released from sort of Dovetail Games, and then we had the much better version from Armstrong Powerhouse. But it's nice to see these old sort of Brel units. I think, right, saying they were built in York, I think, weren't they? Brel in York. But it's nice to see them getting plenty of use on the current rails, and they're going to keep going. All right, no, I didn't know that. Wow. There you go, that'll make a cracking scenario, wouldn't it, for Train Sim World if we had them, but even with Train Sim Classic to an extent. I mean, the thing is, my 769 breaking down is a bit of a random sample because it's the only one I've ever been on, so I'm sure it's probably a very, very rare appearance. Or a rare occurrence of it breaking down anyway. Shame though, really, because I've got a good soft spot for the 156s as well, and you know, they've had a lot of use down the years. And, you know, I've even been on that fairly recently. Yes, I remember the 150s coming out because they were the start of the new generation, weren't they? I mean, we kind of had the Pacers, but they were only a stopgap. But I think British Rail fairly quickly realised that the Pacers weren't going to be a meaningful replacement for all the old first generation DMUs. I can remember being at Crewe fairly soon after the 150s were first introduced. They were on the Derby to Crewe line, and because it was kind of stuck there for a while and we were waiting for a while, then we were kind of bold enough, me and my mate, to ask the driver if we could go in the cab and have a look round. So sadly he didn't let us stay in the cab for the actual journey, but we had a look round the cab. Only feels like yesterday, really. Clearly think I'm still driving Train Sim Classic because I went to press R then to close the doors. Hope the sound's coming across all right on this unit, by the way, because it's kind of okay, I think, the sounds, but they've got a little bit of it's kind of a Rivet Games classic where the mix is a little bit strange in the cab. So it sounds all right through my headset, but I don't know how it's coming across on the stream. Yeah, very much so. They're all part of that kind of Brel standardised British Rail period from the kind of mid to late 80s, aren't they? I've got one open actually. Perhaps try opening the other one. Never matters how many times I do this, but it's just a thing of great amazement. All right, that's better. Yeah, great. A bit like when I drive the 395s, actually. I always have at least one of the doors open. I'm sure you're not supposed to do, but it's the only way you're getting any really decent traction sound. I've never done this in real life, and I must take the opportunity to have a drive across the Forth Bridge. I can't remember doing a Glenrothes service since I first had the game, had this DLC, you know, over a year ago. So this is one of the few times when you really stop at North Queensferry. And I've probably mentioned this before, but there are some people that live on the shadow or just under the Forth Bridge. I don't know if there's any houses represented down here, but I've seen interviews with people in the past where basically they've ended up with bits of the Forth Bridge in the garden. They say bolts and stuff fall off every so often. Well, that's interesting. We've got a train coming in that hopefully going to stay behind us. Otherwise, we've got a bit of a problem. There's the road bridge over there. Yeah, I'm glad to see the that train's waiting behind us. We'd better get a move on because we're going to be holding it up. Sure you've all been keeping abreast of the news during the week. I have to say that I mean, I've not really given much air into the German routes, but I have to say that cold, ashen new timetable looks pretty decent. There's a possibility as well, hopefully I'll get round to just putting the reskins in, but there's a chap on the Creators Club, Spiky Yorks, and I was chatting to a little bit last night, but he's done some scenarios for train sim for the Birmingham Cross City line, so we've suddenly gone from having a quiet Birmingham New Street to having some scenarios in with loads of traffic. Looks really good. I'll definitely have to try and overcome my fear of the German signalling system at some point. I'm sure I can get used to it. It's just having the time to try and watch some of the videos and try and get the hang of it. Stuff like that looks just a bit sterile, and but then you look over there and you see the entrance to the station, and looks really nice. think with a few mods, I think this route could be absolutely fantastic. And just a shame, really, Revit Games haven't gone back over it and finished a few things off. That seems to be a bit of a constant theme in many ways. Probably having the lever branch in there. We are supposed to be getting a 158 timetable as well from Skyhook Games, aren't we, at some point, so that'll add a bit more playability to it as well. Decent route, and you know, I mean, there's on this run on the Glenrothes service, I mean, there's a load of stations, but you've also got something to occupy you all the time, because you get a fairly decent run between the stops as well. Yeah, 100% Scooby, yeah. I mean, I know he's only produced one route, but you can just tell he's just sheer class, and he's got a real passion about it. It seems to me with Ribbon that they are a little bit rushed into bringing things out, but then they're quickly moving on to the next thing, and they never get the time, maybe they haven't got the resources, but to go back over the stuff that is only half finished. This might be an overshoot. Slightly. Getting a bit carried away there. Right, okay. Object failure, never mind. We've missed out on that stop, I'm afraid. Indeed. Indeed. I was just getting a bit carried away with, like, thinking how not very often the station stops were. Well, nobody wanted to get off there really anyway, did they? They could always get off at Tubfirmley City and then get the next train the other way. Indeed. Oops is the word. I was going to reverse back, but then when it said objective failure, I thought, well, there's no point now. Yeah, well, this is it. Yeah, well, you know, you haven't got to worry about these things, have you? They could make their way over to the next platform, and they'll be able to get a train the other way, as you say, perhaps just an hour's way. I'm sure they're not going to worry too much. I know. Yeah, you might have a slight advantage on this run, I reckon. That's known in the business as an own goal. Oh dear. Yeah, as Scooby says, a semi-fast service, but you know, slightly faster than it was intended to be. Funny thing is, I'm still running late anyway. I'm a couple of minutes behind coming into Dunfermline City. All right, thank you very much, Elsie. That's much appreciated. And I don't know if you've had the chance to, but if you would like to subscribe to the channel, I'd be massively appreciated. Keep the support going. And thanks as ever to the new people that have subscribed. Going about a year and a half now, so try and get as many videos, both the live streams and the recorded ones up, but we've generally got a live streams up. Usually it's on a Sunday. So it's a rare chance. And maybe the thing about doing a Friday night this week, it's a chance for a different audience, a different set of people to watch. See, I'm crawling into the station now, so we're definitely going to make the stop here. Oh, we've got a 158 coming in as well. Yeah, thank you very much for watching. Thanks for joining us, and yes, hope you're enjoying it. And a chance to show off beautiful Scotland. We very often get Andrew in 156 Andrew Shortbread Express, who of course is Scottish as well. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, it's a great train to drive on Train Sim Classic, the 745. There hasn't been masses of videos for it. I mean, it's a damned expensive buy really, but it's brilliant fun to drive. I think with the upgraded Gemma line now from Alan Thompson Simulation, it's right up there in terms of quality. Yeah, it's ironic, isn't it? I've made my way back into Scotland and he's not here, but maybe he'll join us at some point. Yeah, it's going to be a completely different experience, Scooby, isn't it, when this line's electrified? And again, you kind of hope that somebody will go back in and put in the catenary and make it up to modern standards again when that happens at some point in the future. You never know. But yeah, thanks Halsey for watching the flirt video, the 745. Yeah, greatly enjoyed doing that. might be a little while off yet, but I'm hoping at some point to do a full Liverpool Street to Stansted Airport run. But it needs a bit of scenery added on the Liverpool Street end at the moment. I had to go and put in a few bits and pieces in the other night, but it's a slow old process. Oh, thank you very much, Elsie, that's really appreciated. Good evening to Gaming 85 as well. Yeah, I think that's always been my wish, really, Scooby, but as far as I can gather, it's not actually going to be with the electrification. I think it's set in kind of the period just before Great Western Railway Green came in the old kind of blue sort of first Great Western livery. So I think it's before the electrification. Yeah, thanks for tuning in again, Gaming 85. Much appreciated. I know you've watched us a few times before. Yeah, I think so. And I mean, I know it's, you know, not everybody's particularly bothered about having the IETs in there, but you've already got the Azuma in there, so it wouldn't be a massive leap of imagination. We've already got loads of reskins of the IET into Great Western Railway livery, so at least it'd be nice to get a proper run to Reading. Yeah, thank you very much, Elsie. Much appreciated. I mean, I've tried as best I can to, you know, cover quite a bit of the country, and it's not always easy. But there are so many YouTube videos out there, so it's nice to just try and find something that's a little bit different and varied away from the norm. Try and do as much of the full runs as it's possible to do. I'm not saying I won't do any Train Sim Classic runs on the live streams, but it seems to have settled into a bit of a pattern of late of Train Sim World 5 for the live streams, and then Train Sim Classic gets more of the recording videos. Yeah, definitely, Scooby. And I mean, the thing is, we've kind of got we haven't got a 57, but we've got a 47 that you could, I'm sure there's a reskin of how it is as a 57. All right, fantastic, Gaming 85. I take it are you still on your Easter holidays, are you? Nice to be able to chill out, isn't it? And not to have to do too much. we are at a nice phase, I think, with the train sim world, though, that now we're starting to expand the routes. We're getting more route mileage, we're getting more variety of trains and stock. Whereas a couple of years ago there wasn't much variety, but it's really coming on at a great pace now. Ah, right, Elsie. I see. I have to say, I'm the worst. Film expert in history. I really do not know much about films at all. I'm pretty decent on James Bond, but other than that, I probably rate as somebody who's seen the least films out of anybody, I would say. Still don't get how. I mean, I think it's great that Rivet Games were able to put these automated announcements into this Fife Circle route, and I think it adds a great amount of immersion. But just a shame that why can't we have that as standard? You know, kind of the excuse as well. This is something that a third party providers done, and we can't commit to doing that for every route. Why not? Why can't they do it for all the other routes? And you could think, you know, the North London line, the Goblin line in particular, would have benefited massively from having automated announcements. Oh yeah, absolutely. No worries at all. Oh, there you go. There's the experts, you see. Any comment, any chat's absolutely welcome. I don't mind there at all. Right, there you go. I mean, there's plenty of announcement software available, which there's loads of mods on the Train Sim community for the PC. I mean, I'm slightly reluctant to play most of them for kind of like copyright reasons and stuff. Ah, okay. Showing me up now. Sounds like that could be something out of Enid Blyton, that could be Fantastic Four. I'm sure it's not. That makes me think of Alan Partridge, that Jurassic Park. Yeah, great knowledge. Right, okay. All double Dutch to me, I'm afraid. Marvellous. Right, coming into Lock Galley. Narrow platform this is. Ah, right, superb. Right, so that sounds a bit like a hobby for, well, a work that's almost a hobby then, I'm guessing. If you absolutely love the films anyway, then that's got to be a dream job, hasn't it? Ah, right, fantastic. A bit of early access and all that. That's got to be good. So what's your favourite film ever then, would you say? The two of you. Yeah, oh, fantastic. Haha, I like that. It's a game in 85, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, I know a lot of the when I've been to some of the air shows about the World War II films, you often see an old plane displaying that's been seen in various films. Yeah, I suppose it's interesting, bringing these things to life, and you read all the stories. I do remember, I was not interested with Lord of the Rings when that came out. I can remember there being a lot of excitement about that, but it's all a little bit too far away from reality for my mind. I suppose that's probably why I like trains, because it's a world I can relate to. A lot of people like to escape from the real world, I guess, but I like to see the real world represented, replicated. Just got one stop to go on this run. Wow, this hour or so's absolutely flown by, I have to say. This run to Glenrothes, or Glenrothes with Thornton. Thoroughly enjoyed it as well. Ah, right, okay. That's interesting. What's your worst one? Right, okay. Great. All right, okay. I've very much mentioned a bit back, but very much been brought up on the James Bond films over the years. I've always loved them, but I can't for the life of me see what are they going to do next, because they've killed him off. What are they going to do? How are they going to bring him back? Well, that's like a bit like watching one of my streams, 3 or 4 hours of chatting. At least we get to see the lovely countryside though along the way as well. Oh, fantastic! Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've never done it on the street, but I do like there's a game called Tramp Sim. I mean, it's kind of morphed into something else, but I like the original Tramp Sim game because it takes you around the streets around Venice, which is it Venice? Not Venice. Takes you around Austria, but that's lovely. And there's a Munich one as well, but I've never bought the Munich one. Yeah, that's true, Amaze Tage. Yeah, I have to say though, I shall be really annoyed if it is something like that, because it feels as though that's going to be such a cop out. All right, that's interesting. Game in '85. I'd love something like that to be possible with Train Simulator, where you can easily create real world. I'm sure it'd be possible in time, but where you can kind of build the city, you know, up from scratch dead easily, you know, with something. Vienna, that's what I'm trying to say. Amaze Tage. Yeah, I was thinking. I know it's not Venice. Yeah, Vienna, of course it is. Yeah, I think Vienna's wonderful. The funny thing is, I've never been to Vienna in real life, but I've been to Munich twice. But I kind of felt with the Munich one, they skipped out on bits and pieces. It just didn't seem as busy, whereas Vienna felt really, really busy. Perhaps I'll have to give that a run on the stream at some point, but I always feel as though I'm driving it completely without any knowledge of the speed limits at all, but it's good fun to drive. All right, fantastic game in '85. Yeah, sounds amazing. I'd love. It's somewhere I'd love to go. Yeah, it does sound like a very historic old city. But I just love driving about Vienna because you kind of not only had the traffic, you had people walking the streets, and got a nice feel to it. I'd love to see one of the British tram systems built, you know, whether that be Blackpool or Manchester or Croydon, Sheffield, the West Midlands, any of it would be really good. Yeah, very, very old places, aren't they? Like, you know, biblical times, really. All right, I was thinking that was the end of the run, but we've obviously got to go a little bit farther on. Because presumably like the turn back sidings. Yeah, I'm not even sure if I've got Transim installed. I mean, I've been very loath and reluctant to buy this new version of the Transim, that whatever the new version of it's called, because it's just completely fictional, isn't it? So just no interest in that whatsoever. I've seen it Gaming 85, and I confess, oh, hey up, objective failure, I've got too far past. Right, oh, we've got to take it back the other way, haven't we? Where does this service actually end? Oh, we've got to switch the thing off, haven't we now? Yes, I've seen OMSI, and it does look interesting. Hang on. Right, what have we got here? So we've got neutral, forward, reverse. Perhaps we've got to take the key out, have we? Neutral. But yeah, I've seen OMSI. The thing that's put me off OMSI is the fact that it feels, graphics-wise, it feels a little bit like you're going back in time a little bit. I'm really waiting for kind of the simulator where, for buses, where it's kind of got modern graphics. The best I've seen is that is the German one for Berlin. I think is it called The Bus? And that looks absolutely superb, although I don't think they've released the final version of it yet. I mean, I was very tempted with the London simulator when that came out, but oh, we haven't got the full DVD on this bit, have we? Oh well, we're nearly at a stop anyway. Right, well, we've got a score anyway. I can't believe that that's by any means a winning score, Amaze Taze. I'm sure you have thrashed me for that. I've virtually already written you down as 1-0. But I must admit, I loved with OMSI the videos I've seen, and there's that great YouTuber, that Joe Dobson, who's done some videos on that, but kind of going through central London and going past the Houses of Parliament and all stuff like that, I have to say, looked brilliant. Yeah, the bus looks brilliant. I'm tempted to buy that, and maybe once they get the final version of it out, I'd be quite keen on that, because there are times when you watch that it looks absolutely lifelike, and you can actually be there graphically. It's brilliant. I would love that. But you know, if they brought a version out in the UK, something like that, then I would be absolutely queuing up for that. So I'm going to do my usual thing on closing down the game and then restarting, just so that we get things going properly. Ah, you had to win there, didn't you? Yeah, I think that was a straightforward win. So yeah, well done, but fantastic. That's a good start. I did enjoy it though. I did enjoy the run up the Fife Circle. I have to say. So we're going to move on to the Bakerloo line now on West Coast Main Line South on the 2019. Yes, indeed. Yeah, well played to you. I think what definitely counted me out there was missing out that stop. And then I fumbled a bit as well about changing ends and stuff as well. And we always say to anybody that's watching, if you happen to have the game loaded up and you do want to do the same run as myself and Amaze Taze, then you're quite welcome to do it. Be good to at some point have a few scores going into the mix. Yeah, not too bad in the circumstances. I can live with that. Right, so we'll go for rush hourish type service, I think. We'll say, shall we say, the 1708 Harrow and Wealdstone to Elephant Castle. So we'll try and catch the same train at Queen's Park, but whether it works out that way, I don't know. So it's 245. It says it's the 1712, so it'll take us a minute or two to set things up at Harrow Wealdstone, starting off from the turn back sidings. What I love about that bus thing in Berlin, all the videos I've seen, is they've just carried on developing it, and they don't seem to be as though they're going to be content until they've actually built virtually the whole city and all sorts of different lines and parts and bits and pieces. So they've done a lot of work there. I was quite impressed. I haven't heard anything for ages, but there was a train sim thing called, I think it was something like Sim, and it was the South Korean local network, and that looked pretty decent. But I don't know whether that's progressed really. Always like to get the cutout thing in here so as we can open the windows and we could really hear the sound of things. So I better set things to Elephant and Castle. That was an easy job. Yeah, fantastic amaze-tays, yeah. Yes, indeed, Scooby, yeah. Nice Bakerloo line run. So this is part of the 2019 timetable. So we're just waiting for 17:10, I think, before we get going. Love the sound mod of this as well. Completely transforms the original, because they didn't actually DTG get original sounds for the 72 stock, and this completely brings it to life. Yeah, I love this Bakerloo line, and I'd love to see some more underground stuff done. Right, we can go now. And I love the way it kind of cranks up as well as we get going. Of course, it's such an old, well, it's as old as me, because this is the 72 stock and I was born in 1972. Slightly bereft of passengers waiting. It's this thing here, isn't it? The markers before are for the 378s. $350. Is it a 350? No, it's 377, isn't it? Coming into stop. The Southern service. So we're on time at the moment, setting out, but I bet we won't be by the time we get to Elephant and Castle. This is a great stretch of line as well, being alongside the West Coast Main Line. Plenty going on. We'll see 710s as well on this section. Well, probably 378s actually, because we've got the 2019 Timetable Pendolinos. We'll do a bit of route hopping when we get to Queen's Park. We'll try and carry on with the same train, but if we don't manage that, then we'll jump on a different one. Good evening, Lee. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you're well on this nice Friday night. Yeah, he's a 378. This is kind of the time before the 710s, just about before they came into service. You kind of get the feeling with this that you're really pushing the boat out to get it up to 45 mile an hour. Yeah, I like it, and I think great fun to drive as well. And I've mentioned this loads of time already, but absolutely buzzing for the idea of being able to run a 378 on the North London line from Richmond through to Stratford, and hopefully we'll get a bit of tube action as well on the section between Richmond and Gunnersbury. And again, I mean, this section's absolutely brought to life now we do it on West Coast Main Line South. I mean, it was okay, but just about okay when it was released in its own right, because you've got the West Coast Main Line with no catenary and first of all no stock. Then they introduced a 66 going along it briefly, but now with all the other stuff going on, it's a great piece of line. You get this incredible feeling of kind of trundling along as fast as you possibly can on these clapped out old trains, and you've got the fast every couple of minutes. I mean, I suppose as a fair old guide, it's pretty much more or less to the end of the platform every time, isn't it? Even the sound of the doors closing sounds quite mechanical. I think when we do the Pendolino run, I might have a go at doing that in the rain and see what these. Hopefully, I did download it last week or in the last week. See what these rain effects look like. virtually perfect stop. And you know, I was thinking coming into the platforms I was getting a bit too fast, but sometimes it's just about right. So even now we're about 50 seconds behind schedule, so we're a bit behind. It always seems to be that they set off with reluctance. It's like they get going, but they don't want to do it. Wembley Central next. Oh, sorry, Halsey, I've only just seen your comment. Yeah, it's again a different experience, isn't it, driving the old 1938 stock. The braking takes a hell of a lot of getting used to, because, I mean, this feels slightly old school, the 72, but the 1938 stock's something else. My only criticism really is, I think that could be a fabulous piece of stock, but I think the sounds on it aren't the best. If they could get the sounds right on there, it would be absolutely incredible. But it's nice the fact that we've got the variety. They got a bit missing here, haven't they? Because, yeah, you're supposed to have at street level. There's supposed to be a bit in between. Yes, they do indeed, Lee, and at least when we drive the mild main line, the North London line, when you get to Stratford, we haven't got proper 720s in the game, but we do have the 710s reskinned into Greater Anglia 720, so that's quite a nice thing. Mentioned about that run that I did the other day for Trade Sim Classic from Liverpool Street to Stratford to Ipswich with the flirt with the 745. But it would be lovely if we had the Adventurer in Trade Sim Classic as well, so that we could have the Elizabeth line train showing up properly. But it was quite a nice compromise, this reskin of the 360 that was put in to that particular scenario. What's your local line then, Lee? Gotta love that sound when it's hurtling over the points. It really does feel proper old school. Got that famous building there at Stonebridge Park. A certain stadium over there. Ah, no worries. No worries at all, the May says. I mean, at the end of the day, the real world happens. Over the North Circular, the A406, isn't it? Been under that a few times on my trips to Wembley quite often. Yeah, it's funny actually, Halsey. I always think I find that those 1938 stop trains quite fairly difficult actually. I always find the braking, I won't say impossible, but it's quite challenging. Interestingly, I've been from Southend to Liverpool Street, of course. Again, you know, back in the day it used to be 321s, but not anymore. Of course, from Southend, you've got a couple of routes, haven't you, into London as well. You can go to Fenchurch Street, can't you, as well? Again, just a quick time to say it, but if you are watching afresh and watching for this live stream for the first time, then thank you very much for watching, and if you haven't done so before, if you consider liking and subscribing, I'd be tremendously grateful. Keep up the support for the channel and really appreciate. Oh, we got I missed it there, we've got the 87 going overhead as well on a rail tour. going on here, isn't it? We've got a 710 passengers. We've got a freight working on the left. We've had a Pendolino at the right. London in rush hour, you just can't beat it. Ah, there's that signal that I was on about when I did that 37 run. That's where they seem to get held waiting for access to the North London line. I've seen that happen in real life. Well, they're not old trains if you're as old as me, Lee. They feel like very new trains to me. If you want to look at the C2C line and look at videos from the 1980s, you see the old British Rail Blue stuff, then it's a whole different world. Oh, okay, well, there you go. Well, you're not far off as nearly as old as me then. Yeah, they're not that old, are they? 720s. You'll remember the 321s then before that. So which did you prefer then? Did you like the old 321s, or you prefer the 720s now? I quite liked the old 321 trains. Lovely if we do get a version of the Great Eastern Main Line, if we could have some of the branches in. And it's probably asking a lot really, because you know you're most likely going to get something like Liverpool Street to Ipswich, but we could throw in either the Clacton branch or the Southend branch. That would be magnificent. But I quite like it when you've got a bit more than just A to B on a route. It's nice to have a bit of variety. That's what's great about this West Coast Main Line South, really, because yes, it's Milton Keynes to Euston, but so much more. With you've got the Bakerloo, you've got the Watford DC lines, you've got the local stopping services as well. Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah. With the, whether it's going to happen, I don't know. They seem to be more... Okay, we've got this 72 stop that we're driving now, but most of the time they seem to be bringing out newer newer stock. Trying to appeal more to the younger audience, I guess. Right, let's see if we can get this speed coming into Queen's Park just right. I really liked it when it came out for Train Sim Classic, the 321. Kind of threw a bit of caution to the wind there, really, didn't I? Because, yeah, I think it is an approach control signal, and it does seem to clear to green, but as a driver, you don't know that's going to happen. Oh, right, okay, and you play Train Sim World 5 with the Xbox, do you? How does it run? Do you find it okay? Ah, right, Zachary. Excellent. Do you mean, I get so mixed up between the real world and the train sim world nowadays, and the virtual world. Do you mean you were on a real Boeing 737 and you've been on holiday, or do you mean you were driving one on one of the flight simulators? I take it you mean the real world, in which case I hope you've had a nice holiday. And thanks for tuning in and taking the time. All right, fantastic. So, do you think that's? I mean, my knowledge on the consoles is kind of not great, but is that kind of the way forward? Because you get lots of things where people say the console performance isn't very good, but is that a stage above, is it, with the Xbox Series X? Yeah, I hope you're well, Zachary, by the way. So we'll remember the time in case we have an issue. So I'll make a note of the score. 6,450. Doesn't seem all that good, does it? But we've got a platinum score. I know you're slightly behind me. So we'll go back to free row. Ah. I knew that was going to happen. I didn't get a chance to actually get out of the train and do the free roam, so we'll load up Bakerloo line afresh in a second. So we'll make a note. 17:38, won't it? We'll try and do a more or less a similar time. I think that happened the last time I did Bakerloo line, in that it's great having a free route hopping mode, but if you can't get out of the train in time, you're not going to be able to do it. I don't know if there's a fast button that you press to jump from one to the other. All right, lovely. Oh, that sounds nice. You had a nice Easter holiday. Yeah, it could a bit. I mean, I'm never going to drive Harrow and Wealdstone to Queen's Park with the original Bakerloo line now. It just feels wrong. All right, thank you very much, Halsey. That's really appreciated. Thanks for watching. And yeah, have a look at some of the other videos. I do try and upload as many as possible, and usually try and get a new one in the week, a recorded video, whether it be Train Sim Classic or Train Sim World. And the live streams, it's unusual to be doing a Friday night. Usually it's Sunday at 5 o'clock, so that'll be a week on Sunday. But thank you very much for taking the time to watch us, and see you again soon. Have a good night. All right, excellent, Lee. I know. I remember my niece was absolutely mad on the Sims games at one point. I don't think she's done it now for a few years, but she was very much into that at one time. I remember seeing bits of it, and it did look tremendous fun. What's Fernbus like? I've seen bits and pieces of it with the videos. And what's Farming Simulator like as well? We'll use the West Coast Main Line one because I think you get the flashing sparks, don't you, with this? So I'm just going to hang on a sec because I think Amaze Taze was slightly behind us, so I might just hang on for his score. I always think I've only seen briefly videos of things like the Farming Simulator, but it looks as though it seems like too much like hard work as far as I'm concerned. And I think there is a bit of a inevitable crossover. I mean, the 1740, I think that's the one we're going to do, maybe. No, we won't. No, we'll do the 1738. Yeah, I think that was probably the same one, wasn't it? I would think, the same service. How are we doing for time, by the way? We're about 9:30, so working out quite nicely this. So we'll take this through to Elephant Castle, and then we'll finish up with a Pendolino run. Actually, no, we're not. No, we're doing this to Elephant and Castle. Then we're doing the Pendolino run, and then the idea is we're going to finish off with the Cathcart Circle line with the 380. Ah, right, okay. Yeah, right. I remember when I mean, it's going back a few years now, but I remember when me brother was little, he used to absolutely love I forgot what it was called now, the amusement park. What was it called? Theme park. Theme park, and then he bought Theme Hospital, and the idea of running the park and designing it, and we used to get many hours of fun out of that. Ah, right, okay. Yeah. Do you know, I've scribbled down my score. Did I say 6450? I think I did, didn't I? So, oh yeah, yeah, thank you. Yeah, yeah, one each, 1-1. Well, there we go. But again, that's incredibly close, isn't it? Down to 150 points. So yeah, so we're going to carry on then. So 2260-18, Harrow Wealdstone to Elephant and Castle, 1738. Yeah, I mean, the thing about like Farm Simulator, I can't quite get my head around. I presume you have to do all the activities, do you? So, you know, I can't even think of all the things. No, sorry, wrong one. I want to go from Queen's Park, don't I? No, I'll have to do this on foot, won't I? That's what I need to do. We need to spawn in at round about the same time, 17. Well, if we say 1735, we can't go far wrong. There we go. Yeah, I mean, we could have taken one from the yard, but it seems as though it'd be nice to kind of carry on from the right place. Seems a bit bare there, doesn't it? So we'll wait for the next train to come in. We'll chuck this driver out in a minute. Hello, sir. Thank you. Oh, I wonder if it's already in, actually, thinking about it. Perhaps we're already set up, are we, maybe? Yeah, we've already got Elephant and Castle on there. Right, oh, that's interesting, Lee. So was I. We'll find out in a minute if the train is set up or not. Yeah, we are. We're off. Marvellous. Well, I was slightly earlier than that. Try and take this fairly cautiously down the hill. Now we can go straight up to 35. Usually I find it a bit of a challenge coming to the first stop. The idea is that you're supposed to kind of get those monitors in your middle screen. That'll do. Although I don't drive the tunnel section that often, it's probably not driven it since the last time I did a stream, but it's still tremendous fun. So what's your favourite simulator that you drive then, or say drive, operate, Lee? Maida Vale. At least you get plenty of passengers on this thing. Excellent, yeah. Yeah, I'll be seeing my niece at the weekend. I must mention the Sims to her because that was something she absolutely loved. I've got this mod installed now where you've blocked out those strange looking tunnel wallings, the panelling that you had in the original game, and it's nice. You've got some sort of lighting up the track. It's not completely dark. What do you enjoy when you drive in Trains and World? What's your favourite route and what's your favourite train? Too premature with the braking. It just shows up ages since I've driven this through the tunnels. It kind of needs a bit of practice. Probably throwing all the passengers around Right, okay, so do you kind of mean like mainly like on the Goblin line, or really with the 710 with the Watford DC and the Barking to Gospel Oak line, I'm guessing? Paddington is next. This is one of the places that you can do a route hop, isn't it? And go on, you can get off at Paddington and then transfer to Great Western Express. Yeah, it's quite nice that you've also got a. I mean, even forgetting about the one that's on the North London line, it's good that you can kind of use a mod and operate the 710 to represent a 345 on Paddington to Reading on the Elizabeth line services. Cautious around this bend, aren't I? But at least we're going to come into the stop. Oh, fantastic station, yeah. And there's a nice statue now of Isabel Kingdom Brunel right inside the station, isn't there? He's kind of sat there, surveyed the scene, and I've said this before, but I'd love to be able to bring him back to life and say to him, look, this is what you created, you'll still recognise the station that you built. It's exactly as it was, but with a lot of modern additions. What do you think of it now? I think he'd be fairly impressed, because it's kind of carried on the spirit of what he created, and I think he'd be delighted to see that all the bridges and infrastructure that he built in the 1800s are still here today as well. Really just create the I think the excellent noise of these things. I mean, they're damn noisy, these things. Yes, indeed, big celebration, isn't there, later on in the year in particular, but of course it's throughout the year really in many ways, with the advent of the Stockton and Darlington Railway, which is where pretty much all started. It was essentially pretty much all horse-drawn before then. And again, you've been in your 40s, you'll probably remember as well, but I remember the Great Western, well, saying you remember it, perhaps you won't remember, but I certainly remember the Great Western celebrations, the 150 years, but that was mid-80s. That was when we had that Class 47 that came out recently in their East Coast Main Line pack, as well as the Green 50 as well, 50007 Sir Edward Elgar. But perhaps just be a little bit after, a bit too early for you, I guess. Yeah, it's good to see all the stuff that's been done in celebration. I suspect there's a lot of people, you know, for the layman, they'll have heard about this 200-year celebration, but they won't really know what it's for. So it's kind of, it's that situation when I'm at work, I say, well, I can explain about that, and started waxing lyrical on the subject. At which point my boss will kind of say, right, okay then, come on then, back to work then now, please. Love this station with the Sherlock Holmes motifs as you go along the station. I always wonder, I've said this before, but I wonder if in reality, if you're sitting in the cab like this, would you have your view of the signal blocked out in that way, or is the seat slightly better, gives you a better projected view? I mean, you have to go from there to see that it's changed to green. I mean, again, we've mentioned this, no end of time in the streams, but I think we'd all be absolutely delighted to see another tube line done for Trains and World, whether it be perhaps the Piccadilly line or the Met line, District line. Who knows, perhaps that's what Just Trains are building at the moment. Pure speculation, of course. I just love the sounds on this thing, and you could be there, you could be actually sitting there in real life. It just brings it all back. The mirrors are quite cool as well, because, you know, they're not quite a real reflection, but it's not far off, and it certainly gives you the illusion. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, I completely agree. And you know, I absolutely get it. The fact that if you travel on it every day, and you're standing in a cramped carriage every day, then it's probably not the most enjoyable of experiences. But for me, it's only ever been in leisure time, so I've always absolutely thoroughly enjoyed it. But it's just completely different. I mean, it's part of the UK trains, but it's absolutely nothing like the mainline trains that you get. It's just a completely and utterly different experience. And I know that Christopher, I know he hasn't been able to join us tonight, but he absolutely loves the tube as well. And I know he got Trains of World 2, didn't he? Where just so as he could drive this line. If you're watching it back and you've seen this bit, Christopher, hello, good evening. Sorry you couldn't join us for the live stream tonight. I must admit, when I'm in London nowadays, I do tend to try and make sure that I at least make one journey on the Bakerloo line, just simply because it's in the game. Ah, right, okay. Right, so you might even have been on the Bakerloo line in real life, possibly. I know he did say he didn't think he'd be able to make it. He's a busy man. This constant changing of the speed limit up here. I mean, we got 30 and then you're coming straight down to 20. You get that little glimpse of the platform on the other side here at Piccadilly Circus as well. I mean, although this is, quite old now, really, for Trains of the World, but I think they did a stunning job with the stations. I think a lot of people said they'd make it far too clean and sterile, but although it is reasonably clean, they kind of made it look authentic at the same time. Yeah, absolutely. I think so. Yeah. I mean, there was one or two people who I think criticised. I think there's one or two places where it might be slightly off in terms of the line. I forget which station it is, but there's like a station where it might have been Piccadilly Circus actually, where it was on a straight, and I think I've seen videos where people said, it should have been on a slight bend, but at the end of the day, you couldn't use Google Earth to map the Bakerloo line, and I think most people, most layman people would actually look at this and say, wow, that's very, very lifelike. Well, I've been known to overshoot a few times, to be honest, Lee. People generally don't tune into my streams expecting perfect driving. If they do, they'll be, in the main, slightly disappointed. There used to be I've seen some of the things like Minecraft and that. I say there used to be. There still is a game called BBE, which is an old. I think it come from Japan originally, and there is all sorts of tube lines done for that, and they're kind of semi-okay. But I think I've got to the point now where I can't play stuff where the graphics are not for a certain level, which is kind of me thing about OMSI really. I quite like the look of it and the feel, but I can't step back to that extent with the graphics. There is, very much so, yeah. And I think, we get to the point where there should be 3 bins at the end of the station platform, not 2, and all that sort of stuff. I love realism, I love it being accurate and realistic, but it's impossible to get it absolutely perfect in every respect. I mean, thank God we've got the modders, really, that's all I can say. And I mean, again, just driving this with the sound mod, it makes it absolutely much better. I mean, I think the sounds that DTG came up with were, I think it was, I think they used the 455 as the basis for the sounds. And again, they'd never go back on these things, but I don't quite understand now. Okay, I think the excuse was, well, it was built kind of COVID times, and okay, they couldn't get access to the sounds then, but you would think they might just go back and do it. But it's okay for us playing it on the PC, but it's a bit of a shame for everybody else. Yeah, they do. They definitely do. I mean, some of the stuff they brought out is absolutely incredible, and I think, I could absolutely marvel and wonder at some of the stuff that they bring out, but there's other bits and pieces that you think, yeah, come on, finish it off. Ah, excellently. Well, we don't live all that far away from Crewe Station, so there was a. It's a bit hit and miss because there's more than one camera at Crewe, but the free one on YouTube, fairly recently has had the best camera put back up again. I don't know if it's on at the moment, but you can easily while away a couple of hours watching them things. Yeah, I guess so, Scooby. Although, in all honesty, the old Piccadilly line trains aren't that much newer than the Bakerloo line ones, are they? Now we'll have to keep an eye out and see if we get any sort of signal delay coming into Elephant and Castle. Always a possibility. Looks like green, doesn't it? Right, I see. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good line. Have you been on the West Somerset in real life, Lee? I've done it a couple of times, and to be honest with you, I've only driven it once or twice since the remaster came out. I drove the 33 on the stream on a recorded video, but yeah, it's good fun. I mean, the only slight thing is, we have. Do you know, I'm quite excited by that. We have a red signal. Just ought to just cozy up to it a bit closer, I suppose. I'm always a bit conscious that you don't really know how far away or how close you are from the signal, really. Yeah, I mean, how far off do you think? I mean, it'd be a shame to see these old trains go, really. Ah, there we go. Now we've got a green. I'm delighted to get a red signal there. Because the number of times I've driven straight into Elephant and Castle is untrue, so it's good to get a slight hold up. And we're going across to platform 3 as well. All right, Lee. That's slightly different, isn't it? That's something you do remind me of. I remember a few years back there being a programme on Halloween night on the Saturday called Ghost Watch. and you thought for all the world watching it, you're watching just a normal like phone in, until it all started going very weird, and it had got Michael Parkinson presented it as well, and it was a very surreal program. And at the end of it, you were thinking, was that real? Was it a drama? And then at the end, you thought, oh, it was a bloody drama. I really enjoyed that. I think that the great thing is there's a lot of variety now with TSW5, so you know you can do runs and you can go months before you do one again, and then just thoroughly enjoy it, as though you've not driven it for absolutely ages. Right, so we've got a score in. I don't get how I can do the first bit and get 6,450 and then do the next bit and get 18,658, but there doesn't seem to be any medals associated with that. So I'll wait with interest to see Amaze Taisy's score, but that was great. Really enjoyed that. Oh my word, wow. Brilliant, mate. Well done. Well done. Yeah, so again, wow. There we go. What was that? 30 points difference. Wow. There you go. So, Amaze Taze 2, Power Flower 1. Very, very close. That was a close run thing. Yeah, agreedly. They've been talking about it since last year, haven't they? Virtually since. Am I right in saying it was announced way back in the initial TSW5 roadmap? That was back in August time, wasn't it? Yeah, absolutely. You can't get much closer than that. I'm waiting for the tie, I am, where we get exactly the same score. It's got to happen at some point. Yeah, definitely, and I think it's a great challenge though, driving the tube, and great fun, and that's what I love about the game now, the variety. Yeah, when is this blinking? I mean, to be fair, they've been talking about this coal ashen timetable remod for absolutely ages, so that is finally coming out. So this great Western Express remaster's got to be soon, surely. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? They kind of showed off at the time, you know, way back in August last year. They showed loads of screenshots. They talked about all the things that they'd done with it, and it seemed as though it was imminent. I mean, generally with these things, you kind of hope, well, there was a reason why there was a huge delay, and, you know, they've got some big surprise for us. Like, you know, they've put a new branch line in, or they've really pushed the boat out. But usually it's nothing like that. It's just a delay. Yeah, it's got to be the case, hasn't it? It's genuinely got to be the case, and I suppose that's probably the issue with Liam, really, because he's kind of doing it off his own back, isn't he? And um, trying to fit it in between the day job, I guess. So he's probably absolutely hard at work, and I bet they're absolutely going full pelt trying to get it out. Because even when it's supposedly just about ready, it never really is, even when it's released. So I guess that's one of the issues. I mean, do you reckon we're going to get this crew route in time for Trainsim World 5? And, I'm kind of thinking we are going to get this Frankfurt route, I'm fairly sure. That's surely imminent. Hopefully, well, we don't really know, but it'd be great if we can get the Stratford to the Richmond to Wealdstone Junction thing in Trainsim World 5. But, will this crew route, or will that be Trainsim World 6? We just don't know how far they are with it, really, do we, I suppose, at the end of the day. Right, so we're going to back up something a bit faster now. West Coast Main Line south. And we're going to do a Flowing Silk southbound Pendolino again. Right, so this time, let's put plenty of cloud on and let's have some rain. Tell you what, we won't say that much rain. We'll say about that much rain. And then let's go for what shall we say? It's got to be southbound run. Don't want it to be as early as 6:37. Actually, I tell you what, that's oh no, it's got to be 391 for the Flowing Silk, can't it? So, oh, it's knocked me weather back off again. Yeah, plenty of cloud in, and we'll have quite a bit of wetness. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do the 0958, so 9 Alpha 31. Oh yes, good point. Yeah, we need precipitation, don't we? Yes, there we go. So let's see what it looks like. Yeah, it's a long time since I've watched Formula One, Lee. Not really since like sort of Nigel Mansell and Damon Hill. So that's going back a bit. Have you ever been to a real Formula One race? I bet that's a great deal of fun. Yeah, marvellous. Yeah, this should be interesting. I think I'm hoping I've installed it correctly anyway. Because the original rain was fairly naff, to be honest. Right, so make sure we get all these things on. Alright, yeah, need that one on as well, don't we? day running, that should do it. So are we, we're non-stop, aren't we? So there we go, about 33 minutes. Yeah, imagine the sights and sounds of driving, the sights and sounds of being at the Grand Prix must be absolutely incredible. I mean, you know, it sounds noisy watching it on the telly, but I bet it's a noisy old experience. Let's see if we can negotiate the speed limits on with this. It tends to be the places where it drops down a little bit through the tunnels where I tend to come awry a little bit. All right, fantastic, I may say, yeah. I've driven near Silverstone, that's about all I can say. But I believe it's quite an expensive do, isn't it, the Grand Prix? I remember I used to work with a girl who was fanatical and used to go every year and camp there for a couple of days. But I bet it's a great experience to go out and see it abroad. I bet Abu Dhabi was an exciting moment. Yeah, normally I avoid the bad weather like the plague, but I thought with this new pack in, I perhaps haven't actually got enough rain on there, maybe. Shall we see if we can increase it a bit? That's astonishing, really, isn't it? They're both the same, to be honestly. They both go 125 mile an hour. Of course, the Azuma doesn't tilt, but the West Coast Main Line is a lot more bendy, so it was kind of a necessity. And okay, it's, you know, it's got its bends on this stretch, but particularly when you get north of, you go on the Preston to Carlisle and then Carlisle to Glasgow. Oh, 100%. 100%. The thing is, you're pretty much guaranteed good weather as well if you go to Abu Dhabi, aren't you? Whereas even in July in Silverstone, you could end up having a wet weekend. Of course, Lee, you get the Everos or Evero, however you pronounce it, which are, you know, very similar, same build of trains on the West Coast Main Line. We won't see any on this run because this is the 2019 timetable, so this is representing the Flowing Silk Virgin days, the last days of Virgin trains. Perhaps I've overdone it a little bit now with the rain. Tone it down a bit. Yeah, I think you might be right. Yeah, oops, no, it's a little bit too much, isn't it? Cloud level. Yeah, that's better, isn't it? Take a bit of messing around with trying to get the optimum levels, I guess. I love to see you look at the platforms as well, and that shimmery effect as well. It's good having that God mode as well, where you can actually change it on the hoof as well as you're going. It's just really good. It's pretty good having the speed control, because you're more or less done for quite a few miles. As long as you don't forget to acknowledge the AWS and the DSD when it goes off. You know, it's a weird feeling actually. Yeah, you might be right, yeah. I'm not totally sure I've got it exactly spot on here. Yeah, I think you're right, aren't you? I mean, actually, if I switch the windscreen wipers off, no, we have got some rain, haven't we? But yeah, we have got the rain. changing weather. Certainly do, Lee. Yeah, I mean, as it goes, I seem to hear the bell most times in our household because my brother's gone through a phase of watching old episodes virtually every night. Ah, right, fantastic. You can't keep track of these things. There's that many mods coming out. Yeah, funnily enough, he was watching an episode the other night where he was in it, but I think he'd like got out of it and then they brought him back for a couple of episodes. Absolutely, yeah, definitely right in those days, yeah. Yeah, there's some great characters actually in the bill. I used to love, funnily enough, I mean, in the last 12 months he's kind of gone from the half an hour episodes to the back to being the 1 hour ones, and I used to love how they packed in the story in half an hour, and they were absolutely works of art, you know, they were brilliantly done, and I thought, you know, such a range of subjects and characters, and there's some great, you know, one-off characters as well, the villains and the, you know, all the characters that were in it. There's some brilliant performances, you know, bearing in mind basically it's a soap and they were churning out episodes one after the other. All right, fantastic. And again, you know, it always felt very dynamic. It was, you know, it wasn't the sort of program that was made from a studio. It was always on the go, and brilliant, really. Brilliant. Well, if Christopher watches this back, he'll think, crikey, you know, every week he plays in Glorious Sunshine, and then the week I don't watch it live, it's suddenly hammering it down and raining. Yeah, oh, that's interesting. Yeah, absolutely. That's the weird thing, isn't it? Because, you know, for you could hear both, and of course I can only hear one thing. So that's one advantage for me, really. I haven't got to concentrate on that side of things. I always think of EastEnders when I'm driving on the Midland Main Line on Trains Classic, when you go through Boreham Wood and Elstree. Of course, that's where the BBC EastEnders studios are, aren't they? Yeah, definitely. No, I can understand that, because it's impossible really to chat. I mean, I've tried to learn the art slowly over time, that if you're doing a stopping run, there is no chance of you stopping at the station and reading the chat at the same time. You've really got to keep your focus on the screen to try and make the stop. Yeah, this is a lot easier. I mean, this 110 coming up here, that's kind of the first time we've had a drop in speed limit, more or less since Milton Keynes. So this is the Watford tunnels. Never thought about it before, but those strange effects on the signals, that's kind of a bit of a Revit game hallmark, isn't it? Not sure that Dovetail Games have ever really publicly acknowledged that this route was mainly built by Revit Games. For all that, though, I still absolutely love it, I must say. Watford Junction. Couple of 378s and a 377 in as well. See the rain there. I mean, you really could drive this thing all day long. I still feel I've only scratched the surface as well with this 2019 timetable. There's so much in it, and you know, even better things to come hopefully as well. The next thing is this intermodal pack, isn't it? This is it cargo line 3. So that's I don't know if it's next week or the week after now, is it? It's not far off. Ah, right, brilliant. So that means that'll be something new we can give a go on the Sunday stream anyway. If they don't oblige you and provide you with a full-length intermodal, you'll have to be worth having a go at formation designer and just see if you can put it into bean, and then see if you can get your 66 to haul it. Tilt on there. All right, brilliant. Oh, that'll be good. That might well be solely down to you, I'm guessing, because I think you've certainly asked that question a time or two. Somehow that doesn't surprise you. All in the interest of realism, though, which is great. I think that's what makes the game fantastic, really. It's you know, the level of detail that we now get. I really enjoyed that run. I can't even remember now. Was it last weekend, wasn't it, where we did the 66 and we were going through the yards at Wembley, Wealdstone, and you know, there's just so much traffic going on. Haha. I've not, Lee. I mean, I've said before, I've got nothing against it. I think, you know, fair enough. It gets kids interested in trains, and you know, I've got nothing against the idea, but I kind of just don't have an interest in buying trains and Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends. Yeah, I bet it was now, wasn't it? You know how time flies. Time flies when you're having fun. But yeah, I've had at least one of the our followers mithering me a little bit for the Thomas the Tank Engine, but I've kind of not given in on that respect yet. If it comes out as a $5.99 add-on in the sale, I might consider it, but I've got no inclination for it really. You know, I loved it as a growing up, but I'm a bit past Thomas the Tank Engine. Oh, 100%, yeah. I think it's it definitely adds something to it, and I do enjoy it. Does, you know, I'm not saying I'd be lazy, but it's so easy to slip into the mode of not, you know, not kind of bothering massively. So it's kind of, it's making me think a bit more. It's making me concentrate a bit more on the speed limits and try and drive it a bit more accurately. You know, the odd missed station might still happen occasionally, but I think it's I think it does add to it greatly. Now, I mean, I've said this before, but I really must look for this. I mean, all I really need to do is work out some, you know, find something like a Dropbox thing or Google Drive or wherever it is, and then I can get you to do a run, and I must get that sorted at some point. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the challenge, isn't it? It's, I think it improves. It's going to improve both of us, I guess. I mean, I remember many years ago, I used to play a friend at the pool every lunchtime, and we used to have, you know, 3 or 4 games every lunchtime, and I would say he was better than me to begin with. And you know, there wasn't much in it, but he was definitely better than me. But he 100% improved my game, and I absolutely loved the challenge. Possibly, Lee. I think so. It remains to be seen, you know, Ride of the Heart coming into Euston itself, but I think it's a bit better. I love the East Coastway, but I think the problem is these remasters are kind of done. I mean, this Liam who's doing the Great Western one is kind of doing it off his own back, and yeah, it's still a bit stuttery coming into. So whether realistically we're ever going to get it, I don't know. Now I've got to remember, haven't I, these ramps, make sure we're not going too fast coming into the platforms. Hopefully it should stop raining in a sec when we come under cover. I do like the East Coastway. I think it's fantastic the fact that there's a bit of variety on that. You know, with the being able to do Eastbourne and Seaford as well, and the fact that you can do Brighton to Victoria. It's kind of, you've got a nice bit of variety. I was watching Michael Portillo the other day going from Hastings to Eastbourne, and it'd be lovely to see it extended, but. Oh, I thought that was me AWS then. It's the door shutting on that 350. Oh, I really enjoyed that, and just made a change, it being in different weather conditions as well. That's a lovely scene. Should just about have time to do a Cathcart Circle run, unless you're thinking it's a bit late, but right, okay. Oh wow, there we go. That looks a good score. We'll find out in a second. I mean, I was pretty happy with the driving in the main. $13,454. Is it because I'm not in the cab? Hang on. Wow, there we go. Oh well, I'm pleased with that then. So that's leveled things up then. 2-all, so 13,549. But again, a very, very close run. And yeah, really enjoyed it. Yes, indeed, yeah, Scooby. It was a great run on the Pendolino. And yeah, very much enjoyed that. And yeah, you got damn close. Well, almost smashed it. It was, yeah, again, there was very, very little to choose. But it kind of sets it up nicely because we've got to decide it. Absolutely. Yeah, no, that's great. This is what you want, isn't it? 2-2 going into extra time in the cup final. All to play for. So let's load things up. So Cathcart Circle, then the final run. And we'll do a run in the 380. I do like the sounds on that. Yeah, absolutely. Let's hope so. I think so. I think so. I'll have a check in a sec when it loads up. But that rings a bell. Yeah, because that's the one where, yeah, we've got the lot in. Then we've got the Pendolinos, 350s, 385s, 380s, 314s, all sorts. 158s occasionally. I mean, just a shame we can't go out on the main line really from Glasgow Central. That would be quite something. But I mean, I could be wrong, but you kind of feel as though that's going to be fairly low priority, the idea of doing something like Glasgow Central to Carlisle. Right, there we go. Timetable. Yeah, 2024. I mean, the original one, again, it was just dead, wasn't it? You know, you got 314s and 314s. I can't remember massively the difference. Right. Tell you what, we'll go for the evening peak. Let's do anti-clockwise for a change. I can't remember whether I must have done it before, but we'll do the 1707. The head code keeps disappearing, but you can see it. There we go. I can't even make out what it is. Is that 2 Juliet 29, or is that 2 Yankee? Cracky, I think I need to go the opticians. 1707 anyway. Glasgow Central to Glasgow Central anti-clockwise. Yeah, absolutely, Lee. And I think it's been a glorious spring. I can't remember, probably not since the COVID year, 2020. I can't remember a spring like this. We've had some pretty decent weather, and let's hope it carries on. I mean, I quite enjoy April from a sporting sense, because we've had the Masters Golf, we've got the FA Cup semi-finals coming up, we've got the World Snooker Championship, we've had the Grand National. But May, we get the end of the season, the Cup final, the Champions League final, all sorts of stuff going on. And then into the summer, and we get the cricket and Wimbledon and stuff like that. Right. That's the key. Oh. We've got a pretty full looking train by the looks of it. And that is a scene, isn't it? With you've got the Pendolino there. We're surrounded by a couple of 385s. Lovely looking train, but I can't be doing with driving it. Double check on this thing. Right. I think that should be about right, shouldn't it? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I love Wimbledon fortnight. My brother's a great tennis fan as well. We've been quite a few times, and always had a nice day. As though that train alongside us is not far off, ready to depart. Yeah, absolutely, and that's what I love about it now. It's oh, hang on, it's a good start. Forward. It just wasn't like this before, was it? It was just completely dead. I'm looking forward to giving Spiky York's scenario a run out as well on the Cross City line, because he's worked hard on getting it accurate and putting in Birmingham New Street looking like it should do. I always remember there was a Virgin Trains advert for it was supposed to be a run from London Euston to Manchester Piccadilly, and they quite accurately did most of it. It certainly ended in Manchester. You had it going through Stoke at one point, which I certainly recognise, but they started the journey, and rather than use Euston, it was clearly Glasgow Central, which you can kind of understand. No, it shouldn't. It really shouldn't. I mean, we've got the same issue with Manchester Piccadilly with the Hadfield Glossop route, and they tried their best with it. I mean, they put a lot of 323s in, and you know, they got 158s in occasionally and stuff like that. But without the Pendolinos, it just looks wrong, really. I love this sort of scene as well, with a London overground TfL liveried 314, but never mind. I ought to clear out some of these mods that I've installed from yonks ago. Yes, he's put them up actually on Creators Club. I was having a bit of a chat to him last night actually, this Spiky Yorks, because he was saying he likes the that when I did that 47 video, the Network Southeast run, and he says he's hoping I can do a couple more runs, kind of, because he's kind of found ways of improving the pathing, and he's increased you know, various bits and pieces. So he's kind of thinking he's created some really good scenarios by the looks of it. I have to get a ton of reskins installed. I mean, he's actually, I mean, his main one he's done, I think he's done it as University to Four Oaks, and he's used the Aventura and put it into West Midlands Railway livery, and it's kind of representing the 730, but in some ways it probably would have been more realistic using this thing, the 380. Well, they're still relatively new, aren't they? Well, say relatively new. I mean, we're talking about 25 years old, aren't we? But you know, they're probably kind of midlife, aren't they, at the moment? But yes, they will. Everything has a shelf life. Tell you what, I'll definitely feel old when the Pendolinos are retired. You know, having grown up with the first generation electrics, the 81s, 82s, 83s. Not so much remember the 84s, but the 85s, 86s, 87s, and the 90s. It's kind of behaving as though I've never driven this before, but I suppose it probably shows I've not driven it in ages. I've probably had a reinstall since then. Pollock Shields West is our first stop. I remember when the Pendolinos were first introduced, it was a while before they could run them properly because the West Coast Main Line upgrade hadn't been finished. Good evening, Kyle. Thanks for watching. Welcome to the stream. No, I won't be actually. This will be the last run. We might get a glimpse of the Pendolino when we come into Glasgow Central, because this is a Glasgow Central to Glasgow Central anti-clockwise circular run. But no, only the one Pendolino run. But it will return. That is an absolute certainty. I take it you're a bit of a fan, are you, of the Pendolino? can still remember the excitement last summer, actually, when Dovetail Games announced Train Sim World 5 and the fact that we were getting the West Coast Main Line South and getting the Pendolino. I was like a kid on Christmas Day, I won't lie. All right, fantastic, Kyle. Well, I mean, it's probably a bit late for it now, but you're quite welcome on another week. Because what myself and Amaze Taze tend to do is he will do the same run as me, so we have a little bit of a competition just to see who gets the best score, and we're actually level on 2-2 at the moment, so it really is going to be a close run thing. But you'd be quite welcome on any given week. I mean, normally I'm streaming on Sunday from 5 o'clock, and you're quite welcome to try doing the same run. I haven't quite had the time tonight, but usually if I get the chance, I'll try and post the head code up before I start, so that everybody knows what runs I'm doing. All right, fantastic, Kyle. Yeah, I was exactly the same, and it was at first, you know, it was like, is this real? Is it a fake? And then it looks as though it could be. That's definitely Milton Keynes Central, and you know, I thought, right, Milton Keynes to London Euston's going to be pretty decent. Yeah, absolutely. There's absolutely loads of them, and I'm always on the lookout for new subscribers. So if you haven't done it, if you were able to consider liking and subscribing, I'd be tremendously grateful. I bet you were delighted then when, well, okay, I know it's set in the 80s, but I bet you were delighted when Just Trains kind of brought out Preston Blackpool, and then followed that up with Preston to Carlisle. And of course, you know, I know it's set in the 80s, but you can still drive the Pendolino on Preston Carlisle as well, which is great fun. Right, let's just keep an eye on the station stop. It should be about right, I think. I wish they could make their mind up, Dovetail Games, with these passengers, because we either seem to get routes where nobody's getting on and off, or we get them where it's at the platform's actually rammed. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think it's your dream, isn't it, to have a route that's close to you, and I think that's really where you do rivet count quite a lot, because you know, you're looking at every detail, and you know, you're kind of thinking, oh, that there should be there should be a Sainsbury's there, or oh, that warehouse there, I'm not sure that looks exactly right, and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, fantastic. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Really, really appreciated. And I have to say, the Just Trains team, and I'm sure you've watched Tom's streams as well. He does a brilliant job. But they have put real passion into their routes, and they are absolutely works of art. Ah, right, marvellous. And the thing as well is, I mean, I don't know whether you're doing it in free run mode or free roam mode, or whether you're doing it in from a scenario, but there's some really good scenarios on Creators Club as well. I mean, one of the videos I did a few weeks ago was a Transpennine Express run, so it's good to get those, to be able to do those as well. Ah, thank you very much, Lee. That's really appreciated. So it's good to see new people coming on board as well, and maybe that's the thing about. I mean, I'm pretty generally fairly religious on Sunday at 5 o'clock. By saying I'm religious, I don't mean I go to church. I mean that I nearly always do them Sunday at 5 o'clock, but it's kind of good to do it at a different time, get new viewers. Oh, they have. They've done a magnificent job, and you know, you look at the scenes around Manchester, around Preston, and Carlisle, and then stuff like that branch as well, going off to Morecambe as well, and then you know, being able to walk out of Morecambe station and go down to the seafront. It's absolutely incredible. Yes, indeed. Yeah, they really are bugged to these passengers, aren't they? They just can't seem to make their mind up from one route to the next. I wonder whether it's perhaps they're that scared of the performance of the game that they've switched them off in some ways. And I have to say that, I mean, they're a fairly small and tight knit team, the Just Trains team, but you know, it's got to be a dream job, hasn't it, to have a full-time job? And okay, you perhaps might get bored of it if you're doing it day in, day out, but having the job of building a train route every day and getting paid for it, that's got to be pretty good. Yeah, no worries at all. Yeah. Ooh, crikey, I've got that 20 in by the skin of my teeth. That's fine, and I'm trying very much to do midweek videos, and usually they are recorded ones. So sometimes it's Train Sim World 5, sometimes it's Train Sim Classic. because there's still some really good runs knocking about for Train Sim Classic. Just try and find something that's a little bit more interesting than the run-of-the-mill stuff. That's fair enough, Lee. Well, thanks for watching anyway. Really appreciated your company in the chat, and it's been very enjoyable. And see you again soon. And have you been playing Train Sim World? Is Train Sim World 5 your first go at it, as it were, or have you had any of the other versions of the game before that? Very immersive train to drive, actually. I love this train. This feels top quality, but the 385's horrible. You just get a horrible perspective from the cab. Ah, marvellous. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Sweet dreams. I think I must dream about trains sometimes. But I think this is an underrated route, in all honesty. I forget which station it is, but there's one of these stations is the get-off point for Hampden Park, but Hampden Park isn't in the game. I think it is basically set amongst the middle of houses. It's very old school. Trying to remember what was new with Train Sim World 2 now. I think Train Sim World 2020 we had. Was that Bakerloo line? And then I can't remember which one where we got the new version of South Euston with the Ashford and then the like the Dartford line put in. I'll have to keep an eye on these pesky signals as we get right into the heart of Glasgow as well. So hopefully next week we'll have a look at the new cargo line pack, and I'm pretty sure the midweek video is going to be this cross-city line thing with a busy Birmingham New Street, so it gives us a good chance to contrast it. So we'll have a look at basically how dead Birmingham New Street is, and then look at, in comparison, how it is in this scenario. All right, yeah. I think that's still a cracking route. I mean, I think it was probably Lee was saying it maybe needs a bit of a route master. Queen's Park, that's the station, by the way, for Hampden Park. But I think it's a great route. I love the fact that you could pick up a train in Lovers Walk Depot, which again I always think it's a brilliant name, and then take the train to either to Eastbourne or to Seaford. And I think again, you try driving the 377 in TradeSim Classic, and drive it in TradeSim World, and it's an absolutely different experience. Tell you what though, if we hadn't got that thing up in the top left hand corner with the telling us the yardage, we'd be stung, because you've got to have eyes in the back of your head going round these bends. I mean, you can actually shut the door like that as well, and how are you supposed to be able to see going round the corner? Though having said that, I don't know. Yeah, we're probably just shy of it, aren't we? It's where that monitor is, I suppose. Yeah, I think the football ground will be on our left as we're looking. That's a bit of a distant view, isn't it? Pollock Shields East is next. Oh, 100%, 100% the graphics. I mean, the thing is, TradeSim Classic came out, I think it was 2007, so it's a very, very old graphics engine. So, I mean, people have done wonders actually to transform it and make it better, but it'll always have more of a feel of it being a game rather than what you get here with TradeSim World, where at times you almost get that feeling that you're in the real world, don't you? It's pretty good. I mean, because I've been playing TradeSim Classic since 2007, I've got an absolute shed load of stuff that I've purchased over the years, so I suppose I've probably spent thousands on it, really. But, that's over the last 18 years, so you don't get stuff like that on TradeSim Classic for a start as well, where not only tells you what time the train's coming in or due in, but it tells you that we're actually a minute late on the timetable, which is pretty damn good. And the great thing is, there is stuff coming out all the time for Train Sim World now, and there's something new coming out, you know, sort of every few weeks. So it's growing. It's growing, and it's getting better. It's exciting, really. I mean, I go back to Microsoft Train Simulator, which was, it came out in 2000, and again, that was a step back even from Train Sim Classic. Train Sim Classic was a lot better. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, sometimes I think you just have to just concentrate on what you're going to drive, because, you know, each of these routes, really, you've got endless entertainment in terms of driving all these different scenarios. I mean, I've not bought any of the American routes other than what's come out as of standard with packs over the years. I mean, the German stuff is fabulous, but as Amaze Taze knows, I'm kind of fairly clueless when it comes to trying to learn the signalling. I've still not really got to. There's a load of good videos and good guides on YouTube, but I must try and understand it a bit better. And it does look good. I mean, like the Frankfurt Fulda route, this timetable mod that's coming out for Cologne to Aachen looks to add a lot of value to it as well. The controls on this thing are absolutely superb. It really does feel nice to control. So the question is, are we going to get a clear run into Glasgow Central? But even like beyond, you know, you've got all your 24-hour timetables, but even beyond the stuff that you've got as of coming out of the pack, there's still loads of stuff on Creators Club that you can download and add to it. I mean, I'm a great advocate of it for the PC, because there's loads of mods on Train Sim Community website, but, you know, hats off to anybody playing it really on anything. An argument for saying it's perhaps overly bouncy over the points, but kudos to Tailgate for at least not making it lifeless. Yeah, it would have been nice if we packed in a Pendolino leaving the platforms here, but sadly not with this scenario. Oh, fantastic. Yeah, well, you beat me to it in terms of getting into the platform. I mean, I'm getting a bit knocked off for timekeeping, aren't I? I'm going to be a couple of minutes late. Ah, good evening, Aldershot Coin Club. Yeah, no, that's great. It is. It's amazing, and you know, I mean, we moan and carp about things, but we're just trying to, trying to get it absolutely perfect, really. But there's stuff on here that's absolutely lovely. Ah, right, fantastic. That worked out well. Amaze Tays. 390 hours. I wonder how many of those have been driving the 390. Glasgow Central Station is unbelievable. Oh, let's have a look. Oh, well done. You pipped me at the post. You have pipped me at the post. 7481. Well done. Well done. 3-2. So the final score for tonight: Amaze Taves 3, Power Flower Planes and Trains 2. Waha, indeed. Yeah, well done. That really was close. Thanks, Aldershot Coin Club, for your comment as well. I don't know if you've only just joined us. We are coming towards the end of the stream, but thanks for watching. And thanks for all the newcomers that have watched tonight. And much appreciated. And if you haven't done it already, then please consider liking and subscribing. And yeah, really, really good, close contest every run. Very much so. Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it. And I've said it before, but anybody that fancies doing the same runs at the same time, you don't have to broadcast them. All you need to do is post your score at the end of the run, and we could get a little bit of an extra contest going. Thank you very much, Aldershot Coin Club. Well, that's really, really appreciated. Thank you. It's much appreciated. So it's been a bit interesting doing this on a Friday night, I think, because I think it's 6 months since I've done a Friday stream. So we've got a few different viewers in tonight, which is really appreciated. So before we very quickly go, let's just have a quick look around Glasgow Central, and then it will be time for bed. Yeah, thank you very much. That's really appreciated. And nice, we've got a few more people going on in here. I love this, the way you've got all that going on with the all the services. That's brilliant. I think I forgot to put my reverser not into neutral, didn't I? But anyway, yeah, thank you very much for watching, and we'll be back with the live stream on a week on Sunday, 5 p.m. So thanks for all the support, all the chat, all the company. Really, really appreciated. We'll see you all again sometime, and also I'll try and carry on doing the midweek videos as well. Oh yes, of course. Yes indeed. Yeah, that is something I'm definitely gonna have to do, Scooby. Yeah, it's definitely on the cards. Yes, I've not forgotten that. But yeah, thank you very much. We'll see you all a week on Sunday, 5 p.m. But I say, hopefully, we might have a midweek video, a recorded one to come out. I'm not sure exactly what day it'll be. Probably Wednesday or Thursday, I would imagine. But thanks again. Until next week, from Power Flower, Trains and Planes, it's good night.